Okay, so one, I actually finished the website yesterday night. I wasn't streaming it, but it was just the last little bits. And so I submitted the website of Budget Pilot Android app. So might not be perfect, but it's good enough. It's finished. It even has here the possibility to delete your data for privacy, which took me a long time, unfortunately. But I'm happy how it works. Um, and now I was thinking to add Google AppCheck, of which I don't know anything about it. Because okay, so there is an update to cursor to windsurf. Let's run that before we start. So I asked Claude whether or not I need app check for the website is using Firebase Cloud Functions and what? It's a Google authentication. And it looks like it's not strictly necessary, but it's recommended for production use. So let's give it a go. I'm not sure I'm gonna do it or how easy or hard it is, but we'll give it a go. So we start with Gemini. Let's start with a clean slate here. There is the clear, so this is Gemini CLI and is connected to a Spark Firebase project, which means free or free with limited use. And I got 100 queries per day for free, which is good amount, but in reality those are not 100 queries I can make because every query is like 5 or 6 because it goes back and forth. So let's start a new session. Okay. Do I need? Let's start with a question rather than so waste on query. Do I need? It's called Firebase app check, isn't it? Firebase app check. Yeah. Do I need Firebase app check? And God forbid I could also read a bit of the documentation. Uh-huh. Just skim it. Uh, device check, reCAPTCHA. Ah. The accession provider. So that's what it is adding reCAPTCHA. I understand that. When you enable AppCheck for a service and include the client SDK in your app, the following happens periodically. Your app interacts with the provider of your choice to obtain an attestation of the app or device authenticity or both, depending on what. The attestation is sent to the AppCheck server, which verifies the validity of the attestation using parameter register for the app and returns your app and AppCheck token with expiration time. This token might retain some information about the attestation material. Is verified. The object cache the token in your app, ready to be sent along with any request to your app by protected services. How strong is the security? Relies on the strength of the attestation provider to determine the device authenticity, prevents some, but not all, abuse vectors directed towards your backends. Using AppCheck does not guarantee the elimination of all abuse, but an integration in AppCheck, you're taking an important step. Mm. I just thinking this then. So some of the functions, not 100% sure, yeah. Well, some of the functions are used by the front end and some function are used by the app. Now, I'm not sure if I have a function that is used by both. and probably not, but potentially there will be. Now, if I introduce, let's say, AppCheck on the web, will all the app requests start to fail until I introduce AppCheck on the app? Worth asking this question. Okay. So, quotas AppCheck Firebase integration complementary part provides user authentication. Uh-huh. Dunque, yeah. Which protects your user where AppCheck authentication protects you, the developer. AppCheck guards access to help secure your app. And you know what I'm thinking as well? That here in the code base, I've done something potentially wrong or insecure now that I think about, where um, in the web, no, let's start by, we are on main branch, let's start to pull. I'm quite sure, yeah, I'm updated, just double check, that sanity check before changing any code. Okay, that's good. So what I was thinking is, in here, layouts or components, there is a component to log in or to do the Google authentication, which is not delete overview. Well, delete overview is no. Well, the thing. Well, okay, the main component is delete me. Okay, that's the layout component. I call layout component those that are like big blocks, whole sections of the website, and then I call just components. Those are parts inside the layout components. I'm not sure if this is global terminology, but it's what works for me in this project. So what I was thinking here, where is the code? There is no code here. Because, okay, the code is done in area connect and I delete connect. Just as a button Google, I don't understand it anymore. Ah, yes, a button Google, which is Martina, that as the code. A button Google. Maybe I nested this too much because in the end this is just probably because I created the button and this also has a div. I didn't want to put the div in the button. Yeah, but anyway, the button Google is where finally some code happens where I do this sign in with pop-up, which comes from Firebase auth, and I get the user. But the interesting stuff is what I do with that user, which here is nothing particular. Well, update the profile, but wait, going back here. The area delete is, I think it's the one that happens after you're connected. Okay. So here I call backend functions using the user UID and the email. But so that means that is now totally disconnected from the authentication itself because now if you know the user ID of someone, is that a secret? Um, and the email address, you can call this API. Right, so let's delve into these topics with the help of Gemini. Okay, one general question. Let's ask two or three questions uh, in the same question to try to save tokens. I don't know if this strategy actually works, but we'll give it a go. In the meantime, so I will use Edge to have a different Google account on it. In the meantime, I can go to the console of Google Cloud. That's the page I use the most. Is the quotas, the used quota so far. And in there, I use already 53% of my daily quota. That was yesterday. And the reason why it was yesterday and today is still used is because the reset is not uh, depending on, does not depend on where you are in the world, but is always at midnight PST, Pacific Standard Time. But it will reset in an hour, a quarter, so I'm in a good space. Actually, I should use some of these requests. Do I need Firebase AppCheck for this app? Let's explain a little bit more of this app so it doesn't have to look at all the files for that. Um, where I use Google authentication, Firebase. Firebase authentication with Google Auth Provider. Yeah, that's the only provider I use so far. And Firebase Cloud Functions. Okay. Then we are going to, once I get the user ID and email, I use them directly in API-TS, which let's give the full path in web, src, lib, everything is in lib, utils API-TS. Is this a security issue? Is Google user ID a secret? There was the other side question. And then is if I do add app check to the website and if I understand correctly, that will mean that functions will need authentication, some kind of authentication, right? Or how is it called? There was a specific name for that. A token, which is a form of authentication. Attestation, yeah? The functions we need attestation. Will this impact on my Android app, which also uses... No, the Android app is not using any function at all so far. It's just using Firebase directly. I just remember now, so long I didn't touch that code base. And I can finally touch it maybe later today. Because the website is there, which which at the moment does not use cloud functions, but directly via store, Firebase database via store. Okay, so that's what happens when you have few prompts, that you're careful with the prompts that you send, or when you have to pay for them. In this case, I don't have to pay for them, but I have a limited. Do I need Firebase AppCheck for this? So I'm gonna reread it. For this app, no. Let's be specific. This website, it's an app, yeah, but app can be website. Let's call it website to distinguish from an Android app. In at web, where I use Firebase authentication with Google Auth Provider and Firebase Cloud Functions. Once I get the user ID and email, I use them directly in the API. Is this a security issue? Is Google user ID a secret? If I do add AppCheck to the website, and if I understand correctly, means the function will need attestation, will this impact on my Android app, which at the moment does not use current function but directly Firestore? So that is a bit goofy question because I thought it was using functions. But let's go for it. Okay, I read a lot of stuff. Just a file list, I guess. Read many files. I read a lot of stuff. Okay, there you go, there you go, there you go. This is a set of great questions. So when I started using AI, and maybe, we were talking about early examples. What was GPT-3? I was careful just making very one specific question, but now that I got better, feel brave. I start to feel brave to ask more complicated and multiple questions at once. See, they got addressed. 1, 2, 3, 4, even like separated. Could have done the same in my question. Maybe next time. This is a great set of questions. Securing your backend is crucial, and thinking about these things will save you a lot of trouble later. Let's break it down. Do I need Firebase AppCheck? Yes, it's highly recommended. What it does, AppCheck protects your backend resources, cloud functions, firestores, from abuse. It verifies that the requests are coming from your actual web or mobile app and not from a malicious scripts bot or unauthorized client. Why do you need it? Without AppCheck, anyone can find your cloud functions URL and call them directly. This could lead to billing fraud, running up your cost by calling your functions excessively, data scraping, unauthorized reading of your data. That's more difficult because you have to guess all the Google IDs. Security vulnerabilities, attempts to exploit your API with malicious input. Okay. Um, since you're using cloud functions, implementing the app check is a critical security best practice. Is sending user ID and email from the client a security issue? Yes, it's a major security issue. Right. Yeah, let it done it. Let me get the chicken skin about it. It's good I thought about it. Ooh. The problem, your client code side code in API sends the user ID and email in the request body. A malicious user could also easily change the data and send a request to your backend pretending to be another user. Oh, yes, it has. Hold on. I think I think it has a way. Hold on. But to do that, I would have to go through all the functions, unfortunately. So, okay, that's nothing. Let's the first function. This function accepts, and then you can also see, where is it? Here, edge. We were at 53%. Oh, I have to change my goal. We are now at 71%, but that's not the, oh, we are 54%. Ah, that's really good. Well, we go a lot of tokens. Well, that's a per minute. Interesting that the per minute quota does not reset after a minute. I wonder what actually means this. Is not what, maybe it's an average or something? Let me dig into this. I know I'm gonna be lost. But let's go Gemini here in the browser because it's totally free and Flash is enough. So let's use Flash model for that. And here I'm gonna ask in, okay, let's be specific. In Google Cloud Console, let's copy this. Flash, when did I use Flash? Does this count? I didn't use it yet. Did I use Flash here? Pro, Gemini Pro. What did what actually happened? This is the previous execution, right? Yeah, we got main here. 66% of context left. So he read the whole file. So does it mean he use a little bit of Flash to read in the files or something? Quota and system limits, as I was looking for. So in the Google Console, quotas and system limits, I have the, how do you call it? Item. Generate a content for it here, input token count limit per model per minute, and now for Gemini 2.5 Flash, whatever, right? That's just to get it specific, is at 71%, whatever, being per minute. I was expecting this limit to reset after 1 minute. However, that does not seem the case. 1 minute passed, right? Let's try to reload just to double check before asking stupid question. Yeah, still at 71%. Does not seem to be the case. Hence, I probably misunderstand what they mean with this measure. Can you please explain me? Okay, I see. Go. Important to understand. Oh, this it seems that I'm previous tool code is something internal. So this is to be ignored. You're right to be cool and shouldn't have been in the output, but okay, let's take it as a glitch. You're right to be curious on how the per minute limits works in Google Cloud. It's not always a strict 60 seconds window that resets precisely at the top of each minute. I don't understand. And if you take 2 minutes, shouldn't that go down? Here's a breakdown. Rolling window. If you make it at 30, yeah, it's a rolling window, but so I don't understand. Um, do I have a timer? I'm pretty sure more than 1 minute passed. Let's do an additional window, an additional minute to be totally sure. Um, if you may request a consumer, okay. Rolling average over the last 60 seconds. Doesn't make any sense. So I'm pretty sure it's way more than 1 minute already, but just to be absolutely sure, I will wait for this to get to 60 seconds. So I'm gonna ask the question already. I didn't make any requests in the last 2 minutes. It could be say 3. And the quota is still um, and that measure is still, let's reload before saying something stupid. Yep, at 71.05%, the interface did not update. So it's not how you said. I know you can say, yeah, that's just because the update there is slow of the interface, but yeah, I knew it was saying that. 5 minutes. 5, 10 minutes or even longer. Okay. So it's really per minute, that one. It's just maybe a delay in updates. Okay, at least I know. So I don't have to worry about this limit at all. And it's probably already down. Went up. Why it went up? Anyway, we still have to write the response. Ah, yeah. Oh my God. Was checking here. He said, "Oh, you can impersonate another user." I don't think that's the case. So we got this one. Okay, we post email and mode. Uh, this one cannot impersonate because if you subscribe, it sends an email. Anyway, let's not try to argue with this. Let's keep on reading. Um, The standard secure way to handle this is to use Firebase authentication ID tokens. Client side, after a user logs in, they get your ID token. Ah, I don't know that. Well, we are discovering a world of things I don't know. Right, which is everything I don't know, yeah. So many things. Especially in a library you didn't use before, it's normal. So we're gonna say I looked before at let's say the Google button, yeah, or button Google, okay, whatever. Um, After you log in, you get the user. There you go, and it's called current user. And it's saying this current user also has a token. Ooh, which is a method that's needs to be awaited and called. Ah, or you do with that. Oh, let's remove it now. Yeah, but I see. Yeah, got it. Let's see what it's for. Send token. Send this token in the authorization header on your request to cloud function. Hmm. Okay, so that seems easy, but this is only after you log in. Some of the functions don't require login, and they will always be that way because I have a function to subscribe to the newsletter. You just put your email and go. I wouldn't ask you, oh no, you have to log in first. Same here. You manage your subscriptions. You put your email. You receive an email that's the authentication. Okay, but some do require the login. Those that where I send the user ID. Okay. Backend authentication. You can verify the ID token using Firebase Studio Admins SDK. Ah, so you can verify where you want basically. These verification steps securely give you the user ID and email. Ah. So you don't even need to send them anymore. I can implement this secure pattern. Would you like me to refer? Yes, but be careful because, as I said, some of them don't require the token. Right? Cannot have ID tokens. A user Firebase user ID, the user ID, okay, it's not Google, it's Firebase, is not a secret. It's a public identifier. You can safely use it in database path and expose it on the client. However, you should never trust a user ID sent from the client to your backend. Yep. Always get the user ID from a verified ID token. Ah. Okay, got you. So all the functions where I do send the user ID, not this one. I send email and more and cannot be verified. Not this one. Just thinking that selected is a bad name because it's a name that makes sense in the front end. And here we are still in the front end, but here we're in a function. So what this actually mean is, what is it called? All that are in this selected object will be subscribed. So this function is called update interested. I don't think it will be called selected, the input that it gets. Come on, what's going on? Enough with these pop-ups. Um, Just called subs here. So what do you do with that? Those are the rows that we wanna subscribe to. Well, it doesn't even work because do I get the full list? This is another kind of worms. Oh. Anyway, that's not the one. That's not the one. That is not the one. This is the one. Okay. Don't send user an email, but I have to limit my vitals. Firebase idToken. But use was almost there. They was suggested, but we can be more specific. Yes, Firebase idToken. All right, that's one. We found it. Two. That's it. Because toggle delete deletes and deletes. Mm-mm. Okay. Send token verification. Now, Firebase user ID is not considered a secret, can be used as a public identifier and exposed to the client. However, you should never trust a user ID. Always get the user ID from a verified token. Will adding AppCheck to the website impact my Android app? It depends on what services you enforce AppCheck on. Okay, so we can enforce them per service. We can add one service at a time um, as we get ready. Yep. You should plan to add AppCheck to both web and Android, but I can do a bit of a time at a time. For all the Firebase, we even do this gradually. Register both your reCAPTCHA with play integrated in the AppCheck section of the Firebase console. Deploy your apps in an integrated and turn in enforcements. Okay. Here is the deal. Hmm. Okay, there's so much to think about. So one thing is that the two functions, the two front end calls that will need to be updated to not use AppCheck and Firebase idea are two different topics, yeah? How come I confusing them? Okay. The two front-end calls that need to be updated to not use, to not send email user user ID and email directly, but um, to send a Firebase ID token are in again and be specific web src lib utils API, not test API. Call contact API. No, that's not the one. That's not the one. What's going on? To send and R. Has to be more specific. Where's it to do? Oh yes. Wait. What? Oh, this is no. This is the AI confusing me. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Let's disable autocomplete for 10 minutes. There you go. No suggestion, no AI, no mess. Don't confuse me. Um, so I added two to-dos here. Yeah, call fetch user data on line 149 and call toggle delete line 168. I have added a to-do comment above the function definition. Okay, so the other function calls can't be changed because they ask to subscribe to newsletter or similar and don't require authentication. let's say authentication a bit generous, general. Let's use sign in, more specific. How long does ID token last for? Can can it be saved in a local store? Does it expire? Okay, I think what I'm thinking is also to change the backend. Should I ask here or separate request? Let's say with the future, and let's the AI can determine if it doesn't this request or the next. So I will say I will then need to update the corresponding back end functions in functions to a folder to then to be an SRC, right? And let's go. Maybe we can go as specific as that. Actually, we can go and tell exactly what the functions are. Why not? So we said that one function is this one, which is fetch user data URI. So it's fetch user data. And functions SRC handler. Let's update the title. It's more specific because when I started, I was not sure what I was doing. So day 37, allora Firebase ID token. Then I just touch up checking, meaning I read about, but I didn't do anything with it. But let's keep it in the title. AppCheck, and then we say this is about TypeScript. No, Firebase first. TypeScript, Svelte. I'm sure there is something important I forgot. Okay. Firebase functions, maybe I should say. Okay, change the title. So we said the two functions I need to change are call fetch user data and toggle delete. Fetch user data is fetch user data. Makes sense. And toggle delete is toggle delete. Okay. Okay. Let's double check. The two front-end calls need to be updated to not send the user ID and email directly, but to send a Firebase ID token are in this call fetch user data and call toggle delete. I've added the to do comment above the function definition. Functions. I'm sure that doesn't matter, but would option go faster? Yeah, it does. Option cursor goes each word. The other function calls can be changed because they are to subscribe to newsletter or similar. and they don't require sign in. How long does ID token last for? Can it be saved in local store? Does it expire? Mm, this is related to the question. Can I keep a user logged in between sessions or browser sessions? Be more specific, not backend sections. I will need to update the corresponding backend functions in lab there and there. Okay, go for it. I didn't say to do it, but I guess you will get that. I asked to do it. See this, let's update this. Now a long time passed since the last request because I was figuring out how to ask good questions. And the request limit went down, but it doesn't go down in the way you described. Just go down slowly. Ah, that's per day. Oh, it went down. I'm confusing. Yeah, let's say it's per day. So we are still at 54%. We can use more requests. We just have 40 minutes. Anyway, it also makes sense to think about the requests rather than fire them, firing them. Of course. I will push, then I will proceed to refactor. Yes. Firebase ID token. How long does it task? A short lifetime of 1 hour. Okay. Yes, it expires after 1 hour. However, you should not manage storing it yourself. Automatically and secure handles caching ID token. More important, refreshing in the background using a long-lived refresh token. Ah, you need to call get ID token whenever you need a token. Whenever you need a token, and it will be cached. Ah, I totally misunderstood that. Yes, by default, Firebase auth persists the user session in the IndexedDB of your browser. I didn't get that. That doesn't seem to be the case at all here. So let's log in. Let's open the um, developers tools. And I was checking local storage. Interesting. I have both of them. Where I have the cookie consent, but it says not using local storage, is using IndexedDB. We got this Firebase heartbeat database, which and the Firebase local storage DB. But we can't look inside from here, it looks like. Mm. Git refresh. I click refresh. Oh, okay, hold on. There is an error here, I can expand. Firebase, okay, there you go. Firebase heartbeat store. Okay. And the local storage DB seems more likely. Oh, there you go. Firebase auth user key. Okay, I guess maybe I shouldn't have shown that, but I will log in. Um, okay. Can a user logged in between a browser session? It says remain logged in after you reopen the browser. That's not my experience. Let's close Brave. And maybe I'm wrong. Just want to double check. Quit Brave. Now we got a fresh Brave session. Okay, man, I want to double check. Yeah, it's really that. We copy the URL and I'm logged in. Okay. There is some short timeout. Yeah. I don't know, but yeah, it's true. It's persisted. I will refactor your code to use ID tokens for authentication. I will start by updating the API utility functions on the front end. Got it. I will begin from front end API utility function. Okay, that is the same thing. That was API TS token helper. Okay, that's a token helper. Okay. Yeah, auth token. We remove the to do. Very nice. And you remove any parameters to the function. And the body. Yeah, makes sense. And we don't need all this funk. Right? Hold on. Mm. The only thing I'm thinking about is I was encoding the email, but still using the email in another parts. So before I authorize it, let me double check something. Let's just say if you're encoding. Let's see where I use it. And I think it might be because this is like it was a fetch, so it was in the URL, so that's why I need encoding. So let's go check all the other functions, if any of them needs encoding and I forgot about it. That's in the body, no need. Second one, that's in the body. That's post for me. What's this? Where is it? Call fetch. Fetch should be a get. Yeah, but he passed just a sub. There's no email. Call contact API. That's a post. Call fetch user data is the one I was to do, but became tood. I didn't realize I did that. But it's okay, I've been refactored. And so we can really delete that function. You're right. Okay, authorize. Mm. Okay, API updated. Now to area delete Svelte. Reading the file, then removing user ID and email parameters from the functions. Okay, sounds easy. And it's still doing it. Okay. That's fine, but this if doesn't make sense now. You should check it ID token, isn't it? Let's make a note of it because we are going to double check it. I don't think that's correct. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so let's keep some context. I think as messy as it is, there will be enough for me to remember. And we follow up and then delete this note, so it's fine. So next, yep, and then this. Let's allow the change. Let's open this area, delete, and have a look ourselves. That's not area delete. Um, yeah, front end done. Yeah, but not sure if you've done it correctly. Basically, what this effect is checking is did something the user change? So we have to reflect that by updating the information. Not only change, but are you logged in? So it's reading the backend functions that I mentioned. This is bad. It tells you there are two things in 17 pixel usage, but it doesn't tell you what they are. Strange. Ah, maybe this is a filter. Ah, oh, three. No, this three. Ah, okay, so it does tell you what they are in a weird way. Because the view quote and system limit, I thought it was some help page. Instead, it's a filter. It would be show what they are, something like that. Show them. Show next to the three. But anyway, now I got it. There is backend change. I saw is OTS already exists. Does it? Yeah. And what I do here is deleting the Firebase user. Okay. The This is a good place to put any other related authorization function, so I did that. Yeah, so this is where service. Okay. Why are you deleting my comment? Why you deleted my function? Because this delete user has the same problem? No, it does not, because this is triggered by the backend. No, I will refuse this change because I think it's creating a mess. So we say no. I don't agree with your last change. Um, why are you deleting delete user and replacing with something else? That function is not affected because it's called from the back end in a scheduled. Oh, I'm outside the screen, am I? In a scheduled function, and as such does not need to verify emails. I think you should create a new function there if you need, not touching the existing one. You're absolutely right. My apology. I misunderstand the scope of the changes. The user is indeed coded for a different context and should not be modified. I will create a new authentication service. Why a new authentication service request? And then it's doing the same fucking thing. What? No. You are still changing delete user. I told you to not touch that function. How hard can it be? Add a new function in that auth OSTS file as needed, but do not modify delete user. Exclamation mark. No, no need. It's doing the same thing. Am I misunderstanding the diff? Here is only first two lines hidden, so it's not a couple of imports. It's doing the same thing. Should I take the hit and just copy this function. Let's take the hit. Copy this function here. There is also that too. And I will put it back after. Allow. You're still doing the same thing, man. I think he didn't realize it's already there. It just that's why he just created a new service in his mind, and he didn't realize that there was something in there because he didn't even read the file. That's why he didn't even understand my instruction. So let's keep this on the side. Let's not confuse the AI by changing its file. So let's see what this authenticated function does. Yeah, it gets the bearer token, gets the email and user ID out. What's this doing now? Fetch user data, gets authenticate. Nice. Okay. So this is one of the two functions. Pinpointing misunderstanding. You didn't understand my explanation. 83% on a daily quota, which resets in 15 minutes. So we are doing fine. And this is the other one, the toggle delete. Okay. Now we'll figure out if he runs a build. Am I out of token yet? Or requests? That's weird. If it's one, oh no, this is another one. Oh, it's another limit. Output to input tokens. Oh, I'm using a lot of input tokens because I'm using 64% of the context, not the other way around. I'm using 36% of the context. Right, I think you broke stuff. Let's figure out quickly. So if we send more requests, can do in this day. So if I go in functions and I do npm run build, there you go. The user is gone. No problem. I just copied it. So I go open the auth file, put back my delete user. No problem. Here you go. Sometimes it's better not to fight AI. Yeah. Now it's back. Now we can do a new build. Okay. So the only question that I had that we can use because we still have some tokens is this. area delete Svelte. So let's open area delete Svelte in here. In area delete Svelte, line 16 and following, in area, area delete. Can I just type area delete and you'll figure out? Yo, whoa, this is so good. That's amazing. I didn't know that. Whoa, that changes everything. That is so good. In area delete Svelte, um, online on in the effect defined in line 16 and below, I check if the user is logged in by checking user. Yeah, let's be this. Let's put copy the if condition. Quotes that. Is this the proper way, or is there a better way to do that? Because now I don't need this specific piece of information directly, so it doesn't kind of make sense that much anymore. That check. Okay, another misunderstanding. And then I have to I will have to quit to clear the scope because here is context, because I'm using a huge context which is very expensive. Well, let's finish this bit. You 92% of the input tokens because my context is so big. You exceeded your current quota. Please check your plan and billing details. Okay, my quota will be reset in 10 minutes. So maybe it's a good idea to have a coffee, little break, and ask after the break. Let's see first. I copy the question here. I don't need this anymore. Put the question back together. Okay, that's the question. My quota is over. And I think for this question, I don't need this whole context. So let's like say here. Oh my God, what am I doing? Close this. I extracted the tab. In this, I have this quota 64% context left. Let's quit. And here, if I restart Gemini, it should start clean, 100% context left. I should have done this before in retrospect. But now my quota will reset in 9 minutes, so I will take a break for a coffee break and come back. So let's set about, wait, start. Where's coffee break? Okay, let's go for it. So by chance, I just arrived at the precise moment. Okay, so um, I think my quota is being reset now. It's 1 minute past 2 p.m. Let's double check. Don't know if it's updated already here. Yep. Whoa, we got new quota. So with the free context, because we didn't finish the request, we finished the context because the context was out so big unnecessarily. So we have to be mindful of that too, not just the request. So here I wrote the request. I can copy again, and this time it will work. Okay, and now we'll have a very, very, very small context. Because I just asked to check one function. It's functional, but no idea. Oh, it's too hot. Huh? On upside, staying observe on the Firebase SDK. Mm, 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 mm. Modification to you as well. No, why you want to do that? Wait, in web. Hold on. I already have it. But this will not change anything if it's there. So, okay, let's go with the flow. No change. Maybe we'll upgrade the version. Yeah, it was already installed. But okay, you didn't know. It's changing the store. Already had on our say changed. My plan is to remove the unnecessary browser check. Oh no, it was necessary. No, where is it used? Yeah, there, yeah. No, the browser check is necessary because otherwise the build will fail. Svelte kit. Please do not remove it. The browser check is necessary for SvelteKit server-side rendering, and I was wrong to suggest removing. Thank you for the correction. Regarding your original question about the check in area delete Svelte, there is a better way. Instead of checking a specific property like UDML, you can just check for existence of user ID itself. The user store provides undefined while loading. Now, so the user store already good. Let's double check. Undefined or not. Or JavaScript. Because user is defined here. When it can it be undefined? Can it be only null? This is initial state, isn't it? I don't understand this function. Readable. What's this readable? A readable store. Ah, this is like Svelte stuff. Undefined when loading. Null if the user is logged out. A user object if they're logged in. Mm-mm. Okay. And it's better code. Well, such a small thing, yeah, but why not? Okay, so now we are at the point where we have done this greater change was about using the ID token in the backend. Let's go with Fire store ID token. That's what we introduced. Check out -b. So let's go to root, and here we just add everything. Add everything. So added Firestore using Firestore ID token instead of passing user ID. Yes, user ID and email to functions when possible, when logged in, when possible. Okay, so now let's push it and create a PR. And this initially I wanted to add the AppCheck, yeah, but this is not about that yet. Fetch user data, that's where we changed to use to get user ID in the mail for the authentication, not for the request. Interesting to know that it's much simpler the function too. You don't need all this validation. All the rest looks good. They rename miscellaneous, rename user ID to UID. I think I called user ID in other parts of the app, so I want to keep it consistent. So I will revert that change. That's because uh, it comes out as a UID from authenticate, which is probably some convention from Firebase token, yeah. Decode the token. Ooh, I want to check something quickly. Okay, one. No, available. Oh, the CI failed. Gonna check why. Windsurf been acquired by Cognition. Your monthly subscription cost is not changed. Yes, zero. What's Cognition company? Probably this, huh? Biocompatible program. 2023. Bit too. Cognition company buying Windsurf. Okay. Let me check again. I have to go through the email quickly to see if there is anything I need to act on. Oh, good news. We have approved. It was quick. I think it took 1 day. You can check the auto status in the Google API console. Nice. I'll check this one. Not available. Okay. All right, that's it. So, where this UID comes from? Mm, From the decoded token. Okay, let's leave it at that then. So going to the PR, it seems it failed in the build failed. Let's see why. Oh, test failed. Failed to resolve import Firebase from API TS. Oh, really? Let's check. Um, API TS says importing Firebase. Hmm, that's strange because here works. But it does not work from the test. Let's open that test. Wait, this is by test run from the web. Let's run that test. Or npm test, which is equivalent, which does the test run. Okay, here is the error. Oof, that closed everything. Failed to resolve import. Hmm. Doesn't recognize the sleep thing, I think. Okay. When I run npm test in web folder, I get mhm. That's weird because it wasn't failing before. That always been there. This is a big weakness in TypeScript and JavaScript imports. They're really bad. There's no proper module concept where you just create the module and then you import it. You shouldn't say, oh, it's in this file. You give it a name and import it with that name, maybe a namespace, but that's totally missing in TypeScript. Okay, nice. I see. Same, same but different. Now you need to do the same with app. What is it? App is a special Svelte thing. It's not really existing in my project. Mm-mm. I resolved this by adding an explicit app alias for app environment. Wow. Try again. Mm, good. Okay, so we can go back to the PR as soon as this finishes, which it should be finished. Um, let's commit while it finalize this. Commit and push. Go back to here. It's kind of stuck. Don't know why. Anyway, we pushed. So that's triggered a new execution of GitHub Actions. Let's see if that works. The issue is resolved. Okay. Took a while to just say, I've done it, I'm done. But it actually did. So now let's see if everything works. While that's being built, let's double check the diff. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. So this was about um, avoiding, these are the Firebase backend functions, and they were accepting as an input user ID and email, which turned out to be a bad practice and insecure. And instead, what I do is I get an authentication service which gets a Firebase ID token when the user logs in, and then from that authentication, get from there user ID and email. At that point, they are proven to be right, instead of someone spoofing them to whatever they can be, or to whatever they send. So this is the actual authentication service, which gets the authorization header, checks it starts with bearer, gets the ID token out of it, and verifies the ID token. This is just using something for Firebase. The only thing I'm thinking, looking at that, is we can ask to any AI, not wasting Gemini, so it can be Copilot, doesn't matter. Okay. Is this the latest version for Firebase TypeScript? Or, oh, it's raining so hard. Or is there a V2? And while this goes on, yeah, there is no separate V2 as long as you have the latest admin SDK, which is version Firebase admin. All right, I think I do. So let's go functions, package. Yeah, 13.4. Yep, all good. So double check that. Let's go on with this. So once they verify the ID token, just call in this function from Firebase admin. I get out, I maybe get out email and UID. Weird that it's doing this in two different ways. ID token here. It's a bit inconsistent. If you want to be picky, I can open auth.ts. So why is putting a email in a variable and not UID? I think let's keep them both the same way. Little detail, but there's either two variables or zero variables. Any will do. Okay, you need to say email. Any will do, but keep it consistent. Okay. Okay. Let's go on with that. And then it's a front end change where now I don't need to pass anything at all in the fetch and delete functions because then there is a new get out token function. We check that if you're authorized, gets the out token or e-token. I don't like that it's using two different names. Let's check this too. API TS, get auth token is the same as ID token. Let's keep the same name. I know the ID token is a auth token, but I think this is more specific. Okay, change that. Then what else? Now we got a new state, unauthorized, which is used in the reason. Then we don't need any more encoding because we are not sending the email anymore. Okay, so let's save that, commit. Did the last build work? Nope. Nope. Oh, okay. Why I have a check for browser? Why is that executed when running the test? Because of course I cannot initialize app when running the test. Firebase, yes. Let's double check that. Close everything. Open Firebase, yes. Where this check? Browser. No, it's not here. Go back. So I thought that means it's Firebase, yes, line 18. Line 18, but it's not. Do I have another Firebase TS? Yes, that's the function, the web one. Oh, okay. There you go. Browser comes from app environment. App environment, we just marked it. So that's to be marked false. Let's see how the marked work. So to see how the marked work, I have to see the PR. It was in the Vitest configuration there. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. I didn't know it did this. Put the comment with the arrow in line. It's a new thing, I guess. I never seen that before. Anyway, that's where it is. It says resolve app environment with this setup test, which is weird, yeah? Setup tests. Let's find this file. Aha. Haha. We just had to say browser false. That should be it. Unless it creates a new error. Commit and push. Okay, hold on. Let's do this in the root. Git commit and push. Mm. Refresh. Oh, I still have the goal of yesterday. What I'm doing now? Uh, the bigger goal is AppCheck, but I didn't even start with that. Anyway, let's put it on uh, Firebase. Why do we wait for the build? Firebase AppCheck. That will be the next goal. Okay. So, is this build working? Yes, the test passed now. Okay, so we good. I think what I'm gonna do is give another very quick look and merge and try it. Yeah, okay. I already looked before. Let's merge. Squash. Delete all this crap. Use Firestore ID token and passing a user ID and email to functions. Squash and merge. Delete branch. So back to windsurf. Gonna say git checkout main, git pull, and git fetch all. Okay, and git del Firebase ID token, and now we are clean. Okay, so now let's try this. What I'm gonna do is do a local try first. So npm run dev, so by bit, and then here in the backend, oh, what's it? Ooh, die. In the backend, npm run serve to run the Firebase emulator. The front end starts quick, already running the emulator takes a little bit more. Here it seems ready, but it's not. Yeah, now it's ready. Okay, so now I'm gonna go localhost 5173, which is the address for the website. Yeah, and now I'm going to the area that was affected was the delete my data area, which has the connect with Google function. Let's see if it's all working still. Do the login. Ah, nice, because I've been approved by the Google Auth production team. For the first time, I have the logo there. There you go. But then I have those scrap. I don't know what that is, but and this is the language. I can put English. Aha! Oh, nice. Now it doesn't say anymore up my Firebase and so on. It says budget pilot, and there is a little logo. Nice. So this because the app was verified by Google. It took a couple of days for them to approve it. Okay, so this works. Now we can press request deletion, which will delete the personal data, but only after 5 days. Luckily, otherwise Oh, that doesn't, it does work. It just takes a little bit of time. Okay, so there is a big countdown. It says in 5 days we'll delete everything, but we can change our mind, which I will because I don't want to delete my data. And now all of this happens without sending the email and the user ID that I was doing before, but just sending a secure token. So this change doesn't change the functionality, but increases the security. So the next step is I want to make this deploy this to the backend npm to live. I mean npm run deploy, if I can spell, and backend npm run deploy. Let's run the backend first because it's slower. And this, will break the site for a minute, but because there is no traffic, it doesn't matter. Once both are on, it will work. Backend will go faster. So at that point, the login will not work. And then as the backend, now login will work, but the deletion of the personal data will not work. But as the backend, then it gets published, then it should all work again. So once this deployed, let's double check. It's not deployed yet. I'm just opening the site first, just to gain some time. I can go in the delete my data section. Still have to wait for this. Wait for confirmation of deployment. In the meantime, I can double check if our function, this package is still small as it should, because once it got up to 1 meg, no, yeah, this is still good. Small. It went to 1 meg because instead of packaging only the development, the local source code, it was packaging also some npm packages, which they should be kept separately instead. Still have to wait for this. Taking a bit longer than usual. Okay, there you go. I just confirming the update. Quick check online. Check on the API usage since we have to wait. Ooh. So we are using a lot of input tokens, so I have to be careful with that. Okay, test. So that's the delete me, connect with Google. There, I click login. Now the function will have to be primed, they have just been deployed. So I suppose they are slow now. Very slow. That's unbelievable. Why so slow? Oh, they failed. They failed. Did they fail? Uh, They failed, isn't it? Ah, it failed. Okay, that was fetch user data. I know how to fix. Why did it work locally? Fetch user data. Maybe because he had a course before that was kind of remembered. So that's the issue. This authenticate, if it does not authenticate, we return here, but doesn't return any status. Actually, let's see the whole network request. Yeah. So the problem is that the pre-flight request, instead of returning 200, returns 401 because it passed through the authentication, but it should not. And this is a response header, which I don't care. All I care is the request header, which is an options request, as the pre-flight requests are. Now the problem is when I go here, in the response, what I did with the output, no, it's in the response. There is nothing there. I get a 401, which could be any of these things, and probably is the no token provider for the pre-flight request. Let's check. Um, Method. Yeah, there is no token here. Will be token here. Yeah, but here there isn't, and it's still in the request header. Yep. Okay. So the thing is, so here it says if there is no token, send for one, but that's wrong because if it's an option request, then we should return 204 no content. And I have an easy fix, which is to never return for one. We just silently return 204. And this is the only one that is needed. It's okay to return for one in the other cases. Okay, that's the fix. That's the fix. This will fix this function and the other function. So now git checkout fmb fix course. How many times I fix course? Git commit and push, fix course by returning 200 on 4 when I'll say the no present. It's still secure because despite returning 204, authenticate returns null, which will just abort the function. Yeah, that's the other way to do it, but it's equivalent to what I've just done. Okay, let's create a PR. 2 hours now, eh? Very simple change. Let me switch the power supply to here. Okay. So this will trigger GitHub Actions. Build. Excellent. Good. So now we can merge the PR. I shouldn't have closed that. But it's still here. I have another. We can merge the PR. So many tabs. That's okay. Just the one tab. Good. Merge and close. Why this close a pull request is some glitch. Reload the page. Yeah. Now it's gone. Okay, that was confusing. So now git checkout main, git checkout main, git pull, git fetch all, git delete fix course. Okay, and we have to deploy. So what we changed? We changed only the backend, not the front end at all. Where we sent 204, so we had to deploy only the backend. And we had to deploy because locally it was working, so we had to check online. And I'm not sure why it was working, but I think because it did some pre-flights before, maybe it keeps them for a while authenticated. Then the other thing to check is that I'm using quite a lot of context in my queries. And in fact, now 65% context left. That's a lot of context. So let's start a new session. You see there is a huge asymmetry between input token 2 million and output code token just 1,400. Maybe I should stop saying, oh, look at the web folder and be much more specific. Anyway, this deploying. After it's deployed, we check again. Hopefully it will work. If it does, we go to really implementing AppCheck. While we do that, and we start to go to the console, let's see the AppCheck service. Because before AppCheck, it was about idToken, which we already had. AppCheck is a totally new service, which I never used. And it should be in the run category, I suppose. A/B testing, add mob, app distribution, which is something I have to look into later, crash analytics, dynamic links, whatever that means, messaging, performance, or this modern test lab. No? Is that in the build? AppCheck, it's in the build, the first thing. Okay. AppCheck. You can do get started or ask Gemini. Either how do I get started with the docs, and this one is the same or not? No, it's not the same. I click on get started. Uh-huh. Ah, you already recognize I have two apps, but I didn't do register yet. If I do API, what happens? Ah, unenforced. Okay, we start to see the things that were mentioned. How do I go back to that console? I cannot anymore. Okay, as I know, I've upgraded to Blaze. Custom backend. So I wanted to go there and that get started and then check the docs. No, I can't do that anymore. There are things I can delete. I will just test. App check. Damn it. So apps. Okay, I would have to do a search. So deploy complete. Let's test that first. So this was failing. Let's clean it first. So this won't work. All right, let's start clean. Do I have to refresh the page? No. Login, sign in. Still fail. Course error. Same. No, interesting that core option works perfectly. No, the one that fails is the other one. But it still say course error. So maybe it didn't get the headers correctly. Allora, let's see. Response header. So the course request did not fail. I got the course header. Hmm. I don't know that you can copy. Strict origin when course origin. Request URL, fetch user data. That doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the response headers where I get this. And also is a 204. Yep. What does it mean general? Header origin, that would be the request the header, I think. Meta scheme origin. And this HTTPS budget pilot net. And I output HTTPS budget pilot net. Cross error. This always worked before. Okay, let's get Gemini going then. Let's see first. Yeah, everything is clean. I get cross error in the browser when calling fetch user data from API TS with origin. Dunque, the origin is exactly without the slash. Yeah, without the slash, which is correct. Mhm. Ec. The response header. Can I copy this easily? Response headers of the pre-flight request are as follows. Let's edit this in the editor. God, it's a bit difficult. Yeah, I hate these things can't be copied easily. Request URL, request method, status code, remote address, doesn't really matter, but referring policy. And then we got the rest. We said response header, right? There I didn't copy the. Oh, it went lowercase. Is uppercase here? Oh, that's weird. Doesn't matter the case. What is this alt SVC? Okay. Nice. So paste that. The actual request Where does it say? Doesn't say it's a post or anything. Fails will cause error and is not sent by the browser. Hmm. Oh, why so many troubles? Okay. Ah, because I added authorization header. I was seeing that, yeah. Ah, nice. That's incredible. I never had this problem before. So it's a consequence of sending authorization header. Internal error with the API. Doesn't matter though, because already done the job. Oh, it's trying again. Okay, try again. Um, so the last PR, which has been merged, was fixed course by returning 204, which was the first problem. However, what I didn't know is that there was a second problem hiding behind, which was the fact that we need to add to allow the authorization header. Um, no, I will do it myself. So actually, yeah, when there are some simple commands, it's better to do it yourself, so not to use tokens. And I also I want to do something before, which is create a branch and commit. Git checkout -b fix course 2. Let's commit message being git being git commit and push fixing course allowing to also send authorization header. Nice. Git commit already pushed. So now we are going to create a PR. Okay. That's very small. Just add the authorization header. And after deploy, we can try again. Just have to wait for the build. We deploy from main once it's merged. No rush. And then finally, if it all works, we can go to AppCheck. So I was checking here AppCheck and APIs. Yeah, authentication is in preview. Function seems a little bit more convoluted. Install the Cloud Function SDK. Where? Backend, frontend? Backend. I already have that, isn't it? Yep. Enable the AppCheck enforcement runtime option for your function. That will fix failed calls again, by the way. Redeploy. And replay protection. So it means intercept the request, use exactly the same token and stuff. Yeah. But it consumes the token that cannot be used again. Uh-huh. Okay, so we don't need a replay protection. It doesn't seem that hard. PR worked. Let's merge it. Delete the branch. Go back to here. Now here we do git checkout main. Wait, I want to move this. Git checkout main. Git pull. Git fetch all. Nice. And git del fix cost too. Git branch, all clean. So let's open. I didn't open it for a very, very long time. Was called not Fire. I don't even remember the name. Android Studio. Let's open that just to double check the usage of Firestore from there. And one thing I want to check is the toolbox, JetBrains toolbox. Now open, right? Let's start the JetBrains toolbox. And look, how do I? Your session is expired. Please log in. Aha. It's already open, huh? But maybe that is to pass the login there. Aha. Now I can update Android Studio. Okay, so let's update Android Studio. And this takes a little while. So while we do that, will take like a few minutes. While we do that, I want to close this thing. Yeah, yeah. No, it doesn't work. Okay. Let's go to, oh, we don't need that anymore. Okay. Let's go to Gemini. Let's create a new session. I would like to introduce AppCheck, Firebase AppCheck. Let's be as explicit as possible. For functions only, but let's say Firebase function, cloud functions. For Firebase cloud functions that are being called from at API TS. Okay. I full stop. Don't know how to do that. Like this. I didn't enable it in Firebase console yet, nor in the back end functions in functions src handlers star. So please guide me through the whole process. Okay, in the meantime, let's check again toolbox. Ooh, it's gonna take a while. The other way I can do this is to open that project with um, with Windsurf instead. So Flutter budget open. I trust. Oh, I closed the other one. Yes, I thought it was opening a new window. Okay, never mind. So now, how do I go about understanding what's being used here? Oh, I have changes in the file. Okay, there is more stuff. Can look at that later. Now I just want to see. I don't even remember. Oh yeah, the equivalent of the packages on here for Flutter is PubSpec YAML. And here I can see that I use Firebase. What you call the database? Firestore. Where is it? Fake? Ah, it's called Cloud Firestore. But I never use functions. I'm pretty sure about it. I just want to understand how can I know for pretty sure to 100% sure. Mm-hmm. Open recent, go back to the web project. Did it work? Open recent web project. Okay, now it worked. Yeah, so I think I can assume that. Let's go for it. But Hold on, eh? Did I miss a step? I never tested that this actually works, isn't it? Or did I? Let's go back. Yeah, I never tested it actually works because this is still a page with the error. So I missed that step. Uh, so now let's deploy the backend. npm run deploy. Sometimes it's better to do only one thing at a time and wait. Rather better wait than starting another thing and getting confused. For me at least, maybe other people. So once this is deployed, I can double check. No, this is not related. What is this budget pilot net PNG? I was trying to delete to get that. Is that for the icon? This is the one that fails the course error. Okay. The PNG, I don't know where is. Um, I think it might be. It might be in the HTML. So now I'm waiting for this to complete. Yeah. So that's why I'm looking at other stuff. In the HTML, I think there is something to say the icon, the the fav icon. I think that's the one. Huh? But the fav icon is this. But I don't think it's displayed. Yeah, it should be here, right? And instead it's trying to get the other image. So this is Svelte. I think if I look here, oh, that's the backend. That's front end is here. I will start by looking at roots. Oh, yeah. Layout, Svelte. Nice. Okay, that's what the file icon is defined. And there are a couple of alternatives as well. There is a PNG option and SVG option, and even a straight ICO, old school, and even an Apple one. So I'm not sure why it doesn't get it. But that's the next problem. Okay, deploy complement. Let's check the main issue first. Main issue being this was going for a never-ending spin because uh, the the course failed. So let's sign out, connect again with Google. And it works like a charm. There are some warnings and stuff there, but we will look at later. Then request deletion. Oh, and that fails. Oh God. And now it's still course. Has been blocked by purpose. This person doesn't pass is present in request resource. Toggle delete. Well, let's have a look. This is proving much more painful than I would like to. Yeah. Google. That was the Gemini fault because you put authenticated here. But that's the one that sends scores. Because this checks the presence of author header is safe to always send this. And actually now I don't even need to send 204 explicitly. So I can take this line, move it above, and delete this line. Right. And now these two if, which is just, uh, let me remove the suggestion. One after the other, they can be combined into one. So if it's not post or not auth, return. Okay, so because I'm at it, then let's check all the functions. Here is a mess. Okay, this one is fine. Second one, fine. Third one, fine. Fourth, I think it's fine as long as Corsair is sending. No, it's not. It's not sending 204. So there are more problems lingering here. Yes, Marshmallow. Okay, I get you. So that is also reload. So I think more than one. What I want to do is this. What if I do this? Response status 204 send nothing. This is kind of a default. Um, and I want to double check if I send that, can I override? If in express slash Firebase functions I call, can further response call be done to override the previous one? example, for example, response status for one unauthorized. Because if yes, okay, so you cannot. All right, so you cannot do that. That's good, I ask. So we have to go through this and say, since this does not send a response because it can't, otherwise I cannot send further responses. It means that when I finish, I need to send a response. That's one. This goes all the way. Because all of this check for empty state. Yep. Ooh, yeah, I think so. No, authenticate already sends the token instead, so it works different. Oh, Vendor Studio finally been installed. So that's wrong. So why do you want to remove cross sentence here? It's wrong, eh? Ooh, there are so many problems here. Dog is out in the rain. I don't know why he wants to do that, but if he's happy, he will get in and get dry. Mail event. Ah, that's not a web request. Doesn't apply. That's not a web request. Okay, this is with the author, so we do not need to send. And this one, yes. I don't like that much of this inconsistency. And this one, let's check update interested because I think the request here should be approved, but not 100% sure. To check that, I need to open API. Okay, we look for update interested, so this one. When it's called, it's a post. So what we can do here, we can say if method is not a post, send 204 and return. Correct. Okay, we've done all of that. So, the failure I got now was still a course failure. Fix course, take 3. Okay. Git commit and push, fix course by returning 204 when necessary. Now we have the PR, 3 hours. Create the PR, changed. So this was on course header, so we need to send 204 auth, so we do not need to send 204. It's already sent. Yes, my dog is coming. Okay. Okay, so Android Studio is ready. Um, yeah, that is fine. Here we need 204. Here was totally missing and it's fixed. We can merge. So here we can do git checkout main, git pull, git fetch all. Did I delete the branch? No, delete branch. So do git fetch all once more, which will delete the branch. Well, in my local repository, the remote branch, git del fix course 3. Okay. And now we need a deploy. So we can test once more. And so this request about introducing AppCheck is still in the background. I didn't fire it because before we had to fix the other problem. Will we be able to introduce AppCheck today? At least for the app side, for the website? Will this require an npm install? I think so. Nice. Let's prepare clean slate to try again. Okay, there we go. I change all the functions and connect with Google. all good so far about this budget pilot.net PNG, which what? Cache agile bitscom? How how the hell? How the hell did that happen? Is it because Google didn't publish this yet? This is surely not. Okay, something to um, understand. Let's put this here. So the next bit is a part of that little problem is if we press request deletion, this time it works. Didn't tell me it works. It does. This time the course works. And I cancel it. Of course it works. And since we already did, let's try the other stuff. Apply as a tester. Yep. Then join the waiting list. Yep. And contact your name optional. Hello, test 1539. Aha, course error. Seriously? Glad I tried everything. Let's contact. So that seems fine. Let's deal into it. It's not the reason is the option return forbidden. That's not what I read here. This does not return anything. If request method is not posted on that, how can option return forbidden? Options. Ah, go water, I'm alone, yes. Where is the remote? Oh, over there. Why did the return forbid? Is this the options? Yes, it's the options. This wasn't sent. I think I can copy as curve. Now I go to Z. Nice. So now I can rerun the same request on the command line, adding the V flag, and have a look. What does it return 403? And this request This prompt will have to wait. So I'm gonna copy this prompt. And let's create a new tab, AppCheck. For later. Oof. AppCheck is going in the back burner, man. So let's do this. Okay. And let's test this request. Oh, we need a new tab. Okay. Here returns 4-3. Why does he return 4-3? Your client doesn't have permission to get URL from this server. Code. What? So I guess this is a 403. 403 we said, didn't we? It's a 403 that happens before my function is even called. That's weird. That's really weird. There's nothing you're sending 403. The front end sends a pre-flight request to contact function, which fails with 403. Contact function at contact ts. I believe that my function is not even executed because it doesn't return for free. Here is the equivalent request sent by the web frontend, and the response was it's here. I believe this was previously working. The last deployment few minutes ago was successful. Get some information about that too. Here is the last bit of the output. Why is this happening and how to fix? Indicates it's been blocked by Google infrastructure before it even reaches your function code. So I was right on that. Firebase function, since when? This has always worked. So why the other one work? No, because there are two functions which are authenticated, right? So those SQL header are public. This is not. Fetch user data and course header public. This is main event is different. Ah, you have to go back again. And toggle delete are authenticated with idToken, while mail event mail event is public. Yes, public. Schedule is is a schedule function and as such not relevant. toggle delete is the one I mentioned there. Unsubscribe has to be updated. Yeah. You can apply the fix to the other functions. Okay. It's strange, but anyway, we'll do the app check after. So mm, so why should the invoker be public if they are called from within? Oh, installing PyCharm within the website. Are we sure we're doing the right thing? Mm-hmm. But we already know about the course. Mm-hmm. Because yeah. Okay, so let's suppose that's right. Let's go. Dev 2005, 2025 budget by web. Okay, then we're gonna see the S. Oh man, it's jump. Uh, okay, git checkout, fix invocation rights, git commit and push, fix invocation rights for public functions. Nice. Create a PR. Ooh, I think I finished the website and now the problem started. Ah, there is some inconsistency as well. Yeah. What happens with that? Okay. Okay. Change. What why so many lines changed? Refactory format? Question mark W1. Okay. Alright. Change the indentation. So now I have to wait for try the new experience. I have to wait for the build. Previous one worked. To sit up. Ooh. Oh. Nice. We didn't start up chat yet. Okay, so now we can merge. Delete the branch. We change just the backend. Double check. Yes. Deploy. So why do we wait for that? Let's check the usage of Gemini. I think what we can do is normally I would try to use it 50%, so I can use it another for the other half of the day tomorrow, another 50%. Or I can max out, and then you're forced to take a break. Let's dismiss the free trial drug dealer offer because it will force me to get out of the Spark plan, which has the free credits, and I will pay for every request, which is fine because I have $300 in credit then, but don't need to use it now that it's free. Maybe I can use it later when if they stop the free tiers being so generous. The weird thing is that only contact didn't work. It's strange. I think I can just press send one more time once the deployment is done. and see if it works. Okay, should be soon because now it started updating them, and when it start this phase, it's quick. Mm. I wait for all them, even though contact is done already. No, it is, by the way. No, it is contact is done already. Yeah. But let's wait for the finalization. Okay. And it works. Here I didn't do, okay, hold on. Merged, no, this is the previous PR. This is the latest one. In fact, they don't have any PR open. We deleted already the thing. What I forgot to do is git checkout main, pull, git fetch all, and git delete fixed invocation rights. Okay. So now we can look into AppCheck. So here the main thing seems to be the tokens, yeah? The input tokens. Not anymore the requests. So I go back to Gemini here. We use a little bit of context so we can stay in this context. And actually it's still the same. We are still talking about functions for AppCheck, so the context does make sense. Right. Now let's put this request. I would like to introduce Firebase AppCheck for Firebase Cloud Function. They are being called for that those functions in it doesn't expand here. Interesting. Functions SRC. Oh, we already said below. Okay. I didn't enable it in Firebase console and in backend function, so please go me through the whole process. Okay. Let's go for it. Why is it reading only update interested? Implementing Firebase AppCheck is an excellent way to protect your backend resource from abuse. Here is a comprehensive guide to get it set up for your project. So processing involves three main parts. Firebase console configuration. You need to enable AppCheck and register your web app with the reCAPTCHA tree provider. That sounds complicated. So this reCAPTCHA v3 returns a score for each request without user friction. Mm, nice. Yeah, it's the modern one. Okay, let's go back to this. Um, Front end web integration updated. We will update. You will. Uh-huh. We will update the Svelte app to initialize AppCheck and send an AppCheck token with API request, which will need a course change. Functions enforcements. Ooh, installing IntelliJ. Just wait a second. Okay. Functions enforcements. Okay. First, perform the steps in Firebase console. I cannot access the Firebase console, so you'll have to do this part. Navigate to AppCheck in your Firebase project. Done. Um, hmm, it's the only one you can't enable here. And click on AppCheck. No, no, no. Build and click AppCheck. That's what I've done. Yeah, it's the same. So you click Analytics. Page not found. Page not found. Reload the whole thing. Maybe it's stale. More in Google Analytics. Because that should be working now, Analytics. Oh, AppCheck. Don't know why it's not even loading. Okay. If you see a back get started button, click it. Register your app. Go to the apps tab in AppCheck. Click on your web app. Click on reCAPTCHA 3 to select the attestation provider. Follow the instruction. Firebase will provide you with a reCAPTCHA v3 side key. AppCheck, apps, register. I click on build, AppCheck, build, AppCheck. Apps, budget, web app, register button. I don't have an option for reCAPTCHA. reCAPTCHA v3, but just for reCAPTCHA. And reCAPTCHA enterprise. Okay. I click on the plus. I click on the plus on the left of reCAPTCHA. I am asked to provide a reCAPTCHA secret key and token time to live. What should I do? Find a function in the list and click on it. Can you click on it? No. Firebase AppCheck doesn't create a reCAPTCHA key for you. It is ask you to provide keys generate yourself from the Google reCAPTCHA service. A detailed step-by-step process on how to get the key you need. Generate a recap. Go to the reCAPTCHA admin console. Open this link in new tab. Aha. Hold on. Aha. Give a memorable name. So it doesn't even have to be the name. Label. reCAPTCHA types choose reCAPTCHA v3. This is important. reCAPTCHA v3 works in the background and doesn't require users to solve challenges, which is ideal for AppCheck. Add the domain you add. The website domain. Your Google account should be already listed. Accept the reCAPTCHA term of service, click submit. Copy your keys. Provide secrets to Firebase. One hour. Okay. So, This might show some keys. Should I put local host, or local host 5173? That is to be careful about, because otherwise I won't be able to test anymore. 5173, correct. Okay, okay. Not the port. Okay, that is good. So now I will submit in a different screen because I'm afraid it's gonna show some secret keys. Okay, press submit. Yep, it did show the secret key. Okay, so I need to get a new tab here. Recap reCAPTCHA. Move this off screen. Site key. Site key. This one. Secret key. Okay. Now it says go to settings or go to analytics. Up to 10,000 assessments per month and no cost. Oh, did you create it or no? Verify the origin of captcha solution. Allow this key to work in AMP pages. AMP. Save. Okay. You have 3 sites? Ah, settings. I think this can be deleted. It's confusing interface. Okay. So now I have to go to back to the um no, I forgot what I have to do. After submitting a site key and a secret key, provide the secret key to Firebase. Go to the Firebase AppCheck page in the reCAPTCHA secret field. And where is it, this field? Apps. Okay. Budget web, register, reCAPTCHA secret key. I cannot show this because there is a secret key there. I copy the secret key. Okay. And leave the default for the time to leave. Example 1 hour. There is, ooh, no, what the heck? Oh, we close everything. All this accordion thing are terrible, man. They close. And this 1 day by default. Let's leave the default. Save. Okay. Registered. Done. The registration is complete. Please, so now it looks like that. Budget web, reCAPTCHA registered, reCAPTCHA is turned on. Provide me the side key, the public one, which is fine to be shared. Okay, so the side key is this one. Excellent. Thank you for the side key. I will proceed with the code modification. I will break this down in two parts, front-end changes and back-end changes. Front-end integration. Well, first we have to install the package AppCheck. Okay. Let's hope we don't finish the tokens, man. Ooh, we failed. From a Git repository? It's Firebase. Okay. You're using Firebase, AppCheck is included. Okay. I will modify Firebase to initialize the AppCheck. Let's read the file first. Aha. So it gets two new import from AppCheck, Firebase AppCheck. It's too late to have coffee. Firebase AppCheck, then initialize AppCheck. Okay. Front-end setup is complete. I've initialized AppCheck on the side with the side key provided. The SDK will automatically handle getting a token from reCAPTCHA and sending it via API request to Firebase services. Serious? Enforcement. Why you have those only one function? No, 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 no. You change only one function. That's it. The setup is complete. Front-end initialize Firebase TS with the reCAPTCHA key. Backend function deploy, enforce or other function, monitor. Yeah, so it will not enforce. Oh, it's already enforced AppCheck. Hmm. No, why don't you add AppCheck to all the functions with enforce AppCheck off or false so that um we can monitor if it works or not before enabling the check. Um, probably mail event should be excluded because let's be explicit, yeah. Mail event should be excluded, should be excluded because it's called by AWS, not by a browser, and scheduled should be excluded as well. It's a cron function. Anything else? Contact is good. Fetch interest is good. Fetch user data is good. Interest is good. Mail events we already talked. Schedule we talked about. Yeah, but uh, we can enable it everywhere else without enforcing to check if it all works. Okay. So it's reading the other functions. No, it's reading only the two that I told do not look. Oh my god. This is an excellent implementer. Setting up check enforce app check to false allow you to monitor the app check status of requests in the Firebase console without blocking legitimate users. This may be this way. Ooh, where were we? No, it was here. We were here. This way, you can confirm everything is working correctly before turning on enforcement. You are correct to exclude mail events. This is called by a webhook and schedules since it's not an HTTP query. I will now apply up and for subcheck. Okay, you got the right function. False to all other HTTP functions. For the functions that are authenticated, I will also add the invoker public option. I thought it was not necessary for the authenticated one. Anyway, okay. As we discussed, this is necessary to allow them to be called for your web application, while your internal authenticated function will still handle the user level security. So we got this. Ooh, we'll see what happened. I undocked it. Yeah? So the list of functions. All right. The list of function is contact, fetch, interested, fetch user, interested, mail event is excluded, scheduled is excluded, toggle delete, unsubscribe, and update. Okay, correct. I will start with contact. Error, failed to edit, cannot find a string to replace. You're right, I made a mistake. I should have read the file first to make sure I have the latest version. I will read and perform the replacement. Okay. Okay. So we got just added the enforce app check false. Is that the default? Doesn't matter. We want to see it. Allow. And we go for all the functions in that way. Now the second one, contact. In which order is it doing it? Is it contact that is just done it? Ah, for the rest of the function, that's fetch interested. Okay. Fetch user data. Enforce app check false. But this is just a Boolean flag. How does the token get even sent? I'm just using HTTP function. Maybe I should have called the functions not with HTTP, but with some SDK thing. Okay. Waiting for user confirmation. Okay, I saw that. Yeah, one more enter. And one more function, which is the last one. Enter. Just add that flag. Okay. Well, I don't think it's all. Yeah, but I think there is a problem here. So it doesn't send any token, you would see it otherwise. I think maybe the functions should have been called with some SDK. But how is the reCAPTCHA token even sent to the backend? Because the functions are being called with HTTP requests in at API TS. Didn't work out. At API dot TS tab. Am I missing something? Let's go new line. Am I missing something? Where should the functions be called with some SDK method instead of HTTP request? Oh, we got 4 hours under our belt now. Good, good day. This is a fantastic and very important question. You've hit on the magic that the Firebase SDK provides, which isn't immediately obvious. You're correct. Your API TS file uses the standard fetch request. There is no code there that explicitly add a reCAPTCHA or an AppCheck token to the headers. You do not need to change your API-TS file or use a different SDK method. Here is why it works automatically. You have initialized the AppCheck in the Firebase TS. The Firebase AppCheck automatically monkey patches the browser. Okay. Okay, at least I know. This means that after AppCheck is initialized, every time you use a fetch call, to a URL that matches a Firebase service on your project. Uh-huh. Like your cloud functions. The AppCheck SDK intercepts the request and does the following behind the scenes. It checks if it has a valid unexpired AppCheck token. If not, it silence gets a new one from reCAPTCHA v3. It automatically adds the token to the request with X Firebase AppCheck, so we can check that, the header. Nice. It then sends the request on its way. So even though your code just looks like a normal fetch, the Firebase SDK is augmenting it in the background to include the necessary security token. This is the standard and intended way to work. It allows to keep your API calling logic clean and separate from the specifics of AppCheck token management. Okay. In summary, you're not missing anything. The AppCheck SDK handles the token injection for you automatically because you are using the standard fetch API. Ah. Oh, so if I use another API, would I have an issue? I use already 50%, but I already want to ask. So if I used any other library from npm repository to execute my HTTP request, would it potentially not work? I know I'm wasting a request on that, but I just want to understand deeply. Because these things are not even mentioned, but maybe I didn't read the whole documentation. Brilliant question, and it gets on the heart. Depends on the library. In most common cases, it works. The Firebase team anticipated this. The AppCheck SDK doesn't just monkey fetch, it also patch also HTTP, XML HTTP requests. Library use fetch, modern, yeah, like Redaxius will automatically work. Library that use HTML, popular older library, and notably Axios still work. Okay, they will have to use some browser function in the end. Bottom line, yeah, majority will work. If it doesn't work, edge case. If there was, you could simulate manually adding the header. Okay, nice. Which we don't need to do. Okay, nice, nice. I'm happy to ask that. So this is the app check branch. Check out FMB app check. Implemented app check without enforcement for now. Git push origin app check. Now we go here. Create pull request. Wait for the build. Take a look at the diff. We have only front-end changes. Interesting. Eh? No, no, no. We have both front-end and backend changes. Okay. So we have to deploy both to first try. Oh, okay. There's a bit of formatting issue in fetch user data TS. Let's start with npm run for let's start with get status clean npm run format. Oh, I don't have it in the root. Should have in the root, and then let's do it. So in the root, I have the build, and I should have format, which should do that. I think somewhere I still have WBOS, which is deprecated. I think it's in CI. Let's fix that too. Yeah, that one. Let's deprecate it. Let's deprecate it. Ah, there is one more. No, no, no. Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah, so we solved that little issues too. So now we can. What was the main change? The main change was the form. Yeah, let's try the format. I think it maybe not work because not all packages have it. npm run format. Nice, it does work. Now we change the package JSON. Interesting, and fetch user data. That was the long line, I guess. Plus another little thing, and then the packages. Packages only changes not because of formatting, but because I change it, of course. Let's do commit and push. Nice. So this will trigger the next build. Nice. So let's check the one, the function that should not have AppCheck, which is main event. It just doesn't have that. And the other function that is scheduled. Uh, so I just noticed something. Now, whenever I use function option, oh, why? Oh, so what I was going to say is that this could be put in function options, but I see that it does not work. What? I didn't know cost too. So now I see the. So why I failed? Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Before we didn't see the error because it didn't get to here, right? No, it should have gone. I don't know. I see the error. in the type check. Okay, let's go slowly. Why does the type check only in web? Oops. Um, uh, what does it mean for test? Ah, for test. This is a bit of a mess. I think it should be still check workspaces. It should delegate that the repository, but it's not the problem I'm tackling now. So let's go. Now you see the error in the type check. Let's copy this bit. So more context. Oh, I forgot to say to uh, put this together in the options. TypeScript error. I've used a property that does not exist in HTTP option. The correct way to AppCheck it is not through a top-level enforcement AppCheck, but by setting AppCheck property within the function options. That's not the same as disabling enforcement. No, 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 don't do that. No, can the change be instead to change function options to include invoker public and the app chat so that they don't need to be repeated if every time we use function options, we also add those two properties. I'm gonna cook some food. Yeah, that's a much better suggestion, right? Centralize the configuration function option, the cleaner and more maintainable approach. It's avoid repetition and makes future changes easier. Proceed with the plan. Um, Update function option. I will modify a function, include the environment check false. Simplify handlers. Yeah, I will start by cloud function option. Why does it do the import twice? That's wrong. And the export twice? That would be better to change as inline. I think it's making a mess. Let's go cloud function. Let's suppose I don't understand and let's allow this change and see what happens. There you go. So let's fix it for him. remove this, remove that. And let's also remove that. AppCheck is already not valid. Export that. Hmm. Let's go enforce AppCheck. So yeah, let's go on modifying the other functions. Those are fine. So the enforce AppCheck is was the previous name, but it still don't work. Maybe there is another interface to be used. Ah, omit. Ah, ooh, that's very interesting. I will just tell this in the next answer. I'm going too fast. I also need to, need to read the file first. Ooh, I'm using so much API. Okay. Are we there yet? One more. Should have done this myself. Okay. Nope. Nope. Mail event is called from an AWS trigger and as such, what is called webhook, and as such can't have app check. Uh, should have I should have sent this request. Now all the aggregation doesn't make sense anymore. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. It's doing the import twice again. And now we have to re-edit all the files, so I'm using a lot of tokens, man. What's the issue with fetch interested? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense now. What about schedule? If schedule is no, doesn't have options. Okay, doesn't have function options. Interested? This looks okay. Toggle delete. This is what? Ah, toggle delete. Okay, still. This one is subscribe. Oh, unsubscribe should also be excluded. I'll do it myself. Because unsubscribe is called by it's called by Gmail or whatever when you unsubscribe. So instead of web, we import the base and we change that to use the base one. Okay. Then they interested. Yep. Don't need to add info get public because that's already default. It's not. I think invoker public should be in the base. Tell me what base doesn't need invoker public. None. Okay, so this is wrong. Let's fix it. Invoker public shouldn't be here, but it's here. Now, let's go through the functions, starting from contact. Why did this get indented that much now? Mm, okay, it took a while to figure out. That's web app function. Let's second one. Then we do a npm format. That is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is base. Invoker public is being moved to base, so we don't need to do that. Schedule is doesn't have anything like that. Toggle delete as the web one. Base and the update. Okay, all good. So now we're gonna see all these changes, commit and push. Now we go back to the original problem. So there was a cloud functions, um, app check in at cloud functions is still not right. I see that the interface used is HTTP options, which seems to explicitly remove and force app check, and this is the copy. This points to two facts, hints to two things. One, the correct name was probably enforce app check and not app check. Second, the property is not available on the interface on HTTPS options interface. Okay, the build failed. I think it failed because of that property app check. That's not the last build or latest. This is the latest. Oh yeah, that's formatting. But I believe after fix formatting, it will fail for the other reason. npm run format. Now we have a top level one. Excellent. Okay, we change this commit and push. Let's wait for the build before we fire the next Firebase request. We already used almost 70%. No, 96. Whoa. Let's make it or break it now. It probably will run out of requests before it can answer. Let's try to say this. Do not apply any change to files. This to save a request. Just tell me what the change would be and I will implement it myself. Let's see if we can avoid getting okay, yeah, that's the error, expected error. Let's try to save request, see if we can do one last question without running out of tokens. You're absolutely correct. Hold on. And the analysis is spot on. Thank you for digging in the type definition, which is the precise root of the problem. My apologies for providing the incorrect property name and for missing the nuance in HTTP option type. You correctly deduced the key points. The correct property is indeed enforce AppCheck. So now it's here. So that's very good that we can change only one place, enforce AppCheck, and then we have to change the type, I guess. Property is explicitly omitted, which is where you get the TypeScript there. The issue is that the option objects explicitly said you are telling TypeScript to, okay. The correct change. The solution is to remove the explicit from annotation. This allows TypeScript to infer the type on request. Don't you have a better type? So it's saying remove that from here. I guess that's lame. Can't you use extends? Can't you use this? No, can't. Uh, so we really have to do this, I guess. Okay, okay. So back up, and we're gonna say git commit and push. Just, and here I finish all the requests, isn't it? Maybe this is not updated yet. Go to actions. This build should perhaps work. Mm, nice. So let's review and merge. We got this little fix. Now we are using web app functions. That let's remove the white space changes from this div. Otherwise we get confused. Okay, now we're using web function options. We don't need to specify invoker public separately. And now we go fetch interested. Again, same. Now we go fetch user data. Okay. Web app function options, same thing, then same thing. This one is using base because it's invoked from AWS webhook. That's a web app that is using base because it can be called by Google webhook. Update interested, good. That's the base. Move invoke a public there. The exports are in line, which is better than the previous export at the end. This one, and now I added npm run format so I can format the whole thing in each of the three workspaces automatically. And the reCAPTCHA. Okay, we have to try, mate. Confirm squash and merge. Delete branch. Nice. So git checkout main, git pull. Git fetch all. Git del AppCheck. Oh, git del app check. Nice. So we have to redeploy the front end backend, but we can also try locally first. Maybe I shouldn't have merged, but doesn't matter. It's okay. npm run dev and npm run serve. So now localhost can load it. Reload. Okay, now it works fine. Um, ooh, they are green. Recaptcha. API.js. Token. Forbidden. Wondered, okay, who knows? But something is happening. There is some changes. So let's try some of the API. So like this. This is using locally. Copy the email for later, use it again. Nice. So that worked. Let's see if this is the pre-flight request. Yes, it is. And this is the actual request. Now we should have a new request header with the Firebase token. Can't see it, man. Hmm. Was it in the fairy fly? Something happened for sure, but so let's just check functionality now. Apply as a test. Then we'll check in the control panel and type on this page as well, even though it's the same form. Then we go contact is where we failed last time. Oh, 17 and 17. Worked. Try this one. Nice. And this just sent me an email. Let's open this in another browser. Sending so many emails. Does this? Okay. Nice. So this is like the link I was received. Also works. Ah, the update. Let's unsubscribe. Also works. And then we go to delete my data. We go AppCheck. It's not enforced though. First edition. So we don't know if it works for sure yet. And cancel. That's it. The other static pages. Nice. It all works. So let's proceed with the deployment. So what we need to figure out, we don't know if this subject really works. We need to check something. AppCheck, go back to API. How can I check if it works? We didn't send this to authentication yet. Okay. Is this related to authentication or what? I don't understand. Okay. Reload this page. I don't understand. It opened that panel from where? From authentication, yeah. So authentication also works transparently, right? I think I have. Ah, yes. If I do it like 60 minutes when I implemented this all. Ah, so I got authentication for free, basically. Functions. How do I check? Let's go to see the functions log. Oh, I never called functions with AppCheck because I never deployed them. Yeah, so we have to wait to deploy. So I'm deploying the backend. Let's deploy also the front end. I just did. Do one more time. I don't know if this is before or now. So I'm deploying the front end. I'm deploying the back end. The front end is quick. Okay. Now it has app check enabled. Don't know. I thought the thing back check would make core fail because I need a new header, but it didn't. Maybe it will fail tomorrow once you forget about the validation, cross validation. Okay, this is localhost, which I disabled. I go budget pilot net. Now, any call should have app check enabled. So let's go with this, delete my data, even connect with Google is already using app check. And now let's call a function. I call a function using app check. What function was that? A request deletion and cancel deletion. So let's call the toggle delete. So let's go to see the logs. Let's go to see the log of toggle delete. So let's reload this, see if there is any difference here first. Nice. Toggle delete. V2 request 6, timeout 25, view logs. Let's see if we have anything about app checks in the log. Okay, these are the deployment. Fetching, deleting your user ID. Okay, no, it's just before. Hmm. Yep. That all makes sense, but I don't know indication about what AppCheck being used. That's not even the right function. Okay. Let me think. We cannot use anymore Gemini here. We can use it here. I enable app check for my web app and deployed to Firebase. Mm. What was the bit that actually enabled app check? It was in this Firebase front end one. The front end calls Firebase initialize app check and uses two services. HTTP request to Firebase Cloud Function and Firebase authentication using Google Auth provider. Okay. In the Firebase console for app check, mm, yeah, app check for authentication in the last 60 minutes I just deployed, it shows ah, unverified invalid request. I was assuming those are valid. Okay, so they forgot authentication. Well, and then initialize app checks. I use so the authentication thing is another problem, so I don't want to mix them. I realize this is like full. So I enable AppCheck for my web app, TypeScript, Svelte, web app, and deploy to Firebase, posting. The front end is initialize and calls initialize AppCheck. The back end has is in Firebase Cloud Function. The backend is in Firebase Cloud Functions, and has now enforce AppCheck false while I check if it's working. I don't understand how to check if it's working because I can't see anything in the anything related to this in the functions log and in the app check console Firebase. So for the authentication. For functions, I just have functions. Learn how to use functions, but it's not applicable. How can I check if it's working? Because the other thing I I thought I need to keep an eye on was the header that was added. I don't see any header. So the request header, authority path scheme. So there is this request URL methods code. Okay, a refer policy. And then here in the request header, the request headers, I also didn't notice any new header, which I thought would have had course fail. if, of course, it's plural singular, of course fails, of course fail, if it were added since this course. I have, I return this headers. Then, that's a lot of information. Can be a tricky if it's working, especially when it is set to false, good for initial testing. Uh, Function setup. The function will not reject the request even if you have a valid AppCheck token, if they don't. However, if AppCheck is token is present, context app. You need yeah. So right. So there was one change, but I thought I should have just seen the failure. Okay. That is not true. That's where we went. Do you think is this the reason why it wasn't sent? Because he checked the course headers before and he didn't refuse to send it? Uh, on call, on request. So I have on request. I didn't know about on call. So um, let's say contactor on request, AppCheck token, and it just gets there. Uh-huh. Which is just log it. Let's use it here. Let's output only for valid. Oh, let's do it both. So let's just load the AppCheck token immediately. No check, just log. That's it. Okay, so no need to deploy. We can try this locally. I don't know. Let's deploy. I have a feeling that it's maybe not the same. So if the AppCheck token is not there, it will display two asterisks together. Ah, yeah, plus. Okay. Or maybe we can use this. Yeah. Nice. Um, we have to deploy the backend. I didn't do any change to the front end, but okay. So let's go wait for the backend deployment. I change the interested function. So that is called when I subscribe. It takes some time. Huh? I don't think it's sent in the token. It's sent it in the token. But maybe it didn't send because of the course configuration. If we check that, I don't know. So it's worth checking this. So the front end obviously is deployed very fast. The back end is a pain. So I would do that. Oh. You are main on AppCheck. Okay, good. Um, AppCheck debug. Oh yeah. Okay, this is done. Let's go call the function. So there, I saw request to AppCheck and stuff. So there is some changes. So this is the example function. And let's open that. Dev tools. And let's go to look. Request header. Is there a new header? Let's see options. I don't see a new header for X whatever. So let's go to see the logging as well. So I have to switch function. Cloud functions. I can change this to say interested. Run query. Okay. Yeah, I've checked token undefined. I was right to know it. Cannot set. Oh. Ah, no, that's a log. That's a course request, isn't it? Yeah. Ah. Unfortunately, I'll have to double check everything now because this already sends. Already sends the course. Oh, damn it. Already sends 204. That's why I had the error. Let's go check all the functions. Oh, damn it. Contact. So this one, yeah, does not send any status or send. So this one is correct. This one is correct because it just goes through. This one is correct because it authenticates sends. This one is correct because it sends the only once. Yeah. This one is a doesn't have course. Doesn't need to have. This one correct because authenticate sends. This one may be correct, maybe not. Uh-huh. Yeah. This one is not correct. I got lost. Goes all. I'm pretty sure I arrived to schedule that it was okay. Then this one, use authenticate, is correct. Unsubscribe, pass request already sent 204. So when we go here, we don't have to send it again. Correct. And finally, update interested is correct. That's to send 204 because as Scott said, this is bad, yeah? We have to find a better way to handle this. But I changed two functions. But that's not the issue. Yeah. So in interested, so it's not sending the token. What the fuck? Okay, I've added logging in one of the functions, and the log output is so bad. It's so bad, man. I knew that the course should have failed. Okay, let's copy this as well because I think I will need to send this to Gemini API once it becomes available tomorrow. Let's try here first. Submit. So AppCheck not working. Mm. What? Let's find my Firebase, yes. Besides, you can do exactly the same thing in the browser, but you have to copy your file in yourself, right? It's not the one. It's, yeah. Okay, let's ignore all this. I'm gonna do my Firebase. Yes. In browser console. That's not. I. It's a pain to copy and paste this thing. I have to do one at a time, isn't it? Allowed again in 23 hours, 58 minutes. So that is exactly the same error. And these are very similar errors. I copy one of them and we paste that in. The browser console, the problem is trying to get an AppCheck token, but Firebase rejecting. increment site key. Okay. Oh, I need to go. These are interesting things to double check. Hopefully I can fix it tonight. So it's not as simple as it looked. Okay, bye.